The universe was for me to win. I'm happier than I've ever been, yeah. Feeling this could should be a sin, yeah. The universe must want me to win, yeah. The universe just gave me a leg. Sit down an angel so fine and so thick, yeah. Feeling this could should be a sin, yeah. The universe must want me to win. Send me an angel. I woke up smiling this morning, feeling so grateful. I'm dripping in 40 pointers, mama, I made it. I had a dream about this feeling and I claimed it. Yeah, I embraced it.
What is up, SFL Nation? Welcome back to my special one-on-one interview with our commissioner, Cam Irvine, for the Simulation Football League. How are you doing today?
I'm great, Ashley. How are you?
Doing great, Mr. Bear. Did I say Bears fan? Since Roger's leaving.
You would be a terrible baseball fan, Ashley, because you're so off base right now. It's ridiculous.
Actually, I am one of the top pitchers in another baseball league that I'm in.
So there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
But man, it's always good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too, Ashley.
Yeah, for those that don't know, we normally do our end of the season wrap up, and I wanted to dedicate this entire show to the man behind the scenes, the man behind everything, and I have some interesting questions. Some of them comes from different people in the league that just had these questions. Why they don't ask him, I don't know, but that's why I'm here to do it.
We fill in the gaps. You're talking about Rastelli, right?
Well, not Rastelli. It's not.
That's a different show.
That is a whole different show. Speaking of which, I have been trying to get Rastelli on for a minute, and he is not coming on. So maybe you can talk to him about that.
Yeah, I think you have to either promise beer or Dungeons and Dragons or complaint session where he just gets to kind of unleash. One of those three, he'll be on in 5 minutes. But other than that, he's a tough man to get a hold of.
Okay, so I'll make sure I have all three.
All three. There you go.
Yeah, all three. All right. So first question is, how satisfied were you with everything that happened this season 16 overall, on a scale of 1 to 10?
I thought it was our best season. Obviously, there towards the end of the season, it became very difficult with the power outage, the Xbox freeze, and then the playbook mishaps, which I've spoken on publicly before, which was just human error essentially. But those three things happened in the last 4 weeks of the season, and it made getting through the season extremely difficult. Right, but take those three situations out, and I thought that our gameplay it's ever been, our competition was the best it's ever been. The playoffs didn't have a ton of upsets, but every game was thrilling and exciting, and it felt like playoff football, and that's what you want it to feel like. I thought I was a little apprehensive about our schedule structure with television. Coming into this, having, next level on Saturdays, for the fans on Sundays, blocks of games, right, with bonus coverage and live look-ins on other competitions, having Mike St. Green in the studio. We had not done a studio show before. We didn't know how that was going to go. I really liked it. I want to do it all again. I want to keep that format. I think it was good. I think we can make improvements on that format, and I'm excited for that. I think we didn't see many transactions, right? The new rules about signing and people maintaining their builds right through them their entire career. I thought that was great, and that has helped us build a very healthy rookie draft class, having a very awesome minor league season so far in season 3. I mean, there were bumps in the road, Ash, but I was really pleased with it. I was.
Fantastic. In regards to your halftime shows and post-game shows and even pre-game, where did you come up with the idea, and why did you choose Mike St. Green to be your host with you?
So I came up with the concept given given the fact that, and it's natural, right? When we got on for the fans, we were one of, about 23 programs, right? The network was relatively new. As networks build up their library of programming, 33, 35, 40 different properties that FTF has rights to, it's going to be more challenging to get the hours that you want. And COVID has made that particularly difficult because in the TV side, what sports has noticed is that there's less sports being watched later in the evenings. Now, I think that's probably starting to come back a little bit, but because the restaurants and the bars were not getting that sports scene, that sports buzz, those sports ratings were dropping off. So the fact that we were able to secure 2 different weekend blocks while the sun is up, right? Those are valuable spots, right? They can't be taken for granted. And I was really pleased with that. So when we kind of got that, that schedule of here's what we want to do with a 4.5 hour block, I really pitched to TV, look, I'm not just going to show a couple of games, right, in this window. I want to be able to cram in as much as I can in a 4.5 hour block because I want to be able to show as many players and as many teams as possible every single week. Even though we have less hours, I want to keep showing as many teams as possible and keep talking about them, right? Keep highlighting them, keep spotlighting players that are doing really well. So I basically said, okay, what can I do in a 4.5 hour block? Right. That's realistic. And that's where we kind of came up with this sort of two block system, where you stagger the kickoffs, and you essentially take, our average game in previous iterations was an hour and 53 minutes when it was just the straight one game at a time. And then we would burn off the other 7 minutes of our 2 hour block. We had nothing. Right. So we were wasting 14 minutes per every 2 games, or at the time, almost an hour of television that was ours that we were just throwing away, right? We can't keep doing that. We want to have the maximum exposure we can on TV. So how do we fill those gaps, right? We need to have some discussion. We need to have some interviews. We need to talk with people in the community. We need to highlight people. And so it just kind of came together, and 1 week at a time, we worked on different types of features. We did features on the close games from last season. We had the 1500th game tribute. We had the carrier trailer from Espen Real.
Yes.
Right? So we, yeah. I mean, when you look back at all of the different, I think we had 24 blocks in the regular season. When you look back at all the different types of things we were able to do, and obviously Mike couldn't join us for every week, but I think we accomplished that mission. And the idea just came about of, okay, we got to make the best of what we have with this block. And we also want TV to see that too, so that we can continue with those 4.5 hour blocks whenever they may come. So that's kind of where the idea originated from.
So why Mike St. Green? Why not Andrew Rosselli with you or anyone else?
Yeah, so it was funny. I put out kind of a feeler to the community about, hey, I'm looking for a studio co-host if anybody's interested. And I didn't want a broadcaster because, we've got 12 games. That's 24 different broadcasters if nobody's pulling a double, which we prefer everyone get a game. And so, especially later in the season, availability becomes more difficult for broadcasters because, you get in the grind of having 6 weekends carved out in a row to do a game. And then eventually, something comes up in the calendar and you just can't do one, right? So it becomes very difficult. So the last thing I want to do is pluck a broadcaster out from calling a game and having them join me in the studio. So I wanted someone that really could dedicate themselves to the craft, right? To the fun, and didn't really have anything going on at the time besides being a player. And the first person that reached out to me was Mike St. Green. And at that point, I had never talked to Mike St. Green. Never on DM or phone or anything. And so I called him. You know, we talked about, you know, what equipment do you have? Well, basically nothing. And I'm like, okay, well, you're gonna have to work with me a little bit. I'm not telling you to buy the most fanciest stuff, but we got to have something here, and then let's test it out, and you know, let's see how it goes. And I knew from the moment that week 1 started and he started, I knew he was a natural. I knew that I had a home run here, and it wasn't, you know, he didn't get a tryout. He didn't beat other people in a tryout. And that's often what I do, right? If you have the most enthusiasm for something, I'm with you. I'm in the foxhole with you. I'm, you know, whatever it is, whoever you are, you know, we'll work on the little stuff, you know, over time. But with Mike St. Green, there was no little stuff. He just nailed it from the jump. And we have become such close friends. It's unbelievable. I met him in Galveston for lunch with his lovely wife, who puts up with all kinds of crap. This guy in person, I can't wait for you to meet him in person at the convention in August. He's so much fun. And I told him at lunch, I'm a smart aleck, pulling the expletive. I'm a smart aleck, and you're exhausting me. And I don't know. I have never felt this way, and I'm not mad at it. But wow, Mike, you got to find a place to channel your inner peace. Like he's so funny, and he did such a great job this season. And I told him after, you know, when weeks that he wasn't there, thanks to Nate Hall and Gerald Giudice and Eric Vincent and Cade Stevens during the championship game. But in weeks that Mike St. Green was there, it just wasn't the same. It just didn't feel the same. It's his job for as long as he wants to do it, for as many weeks as he can do it. It was so terrific. And honestly, not having the season going, that's what I miss the most. Think about it, Ashley. For 15 seasons, I just sat here alone in headquarters saying nothing for the bulk of 8 hours sometimes, just sitting here watching games. And I felt totally detached from the community, right? You know, you can type in chat and all that stuff, but it's hard to type in chat when you're producing 2 games at the same time, because you're using your fingers to produce, not to type, right?
Exactly.
So the easiest way for me to connect is by just sitting in front of a microphone while I produce these games. And I was able to do that with Mike, and it was so refreshing and different, and I felt totally connected and plugged into the product, and you know, he gave me that in a way, and that was super great. But before he says anything, I don't ever let him tell you that he bought it, I bought it, because that would be something that Mike would do. He would try to throw me under the bus and say that he bought it. So I'm getting out ahead of it early, Ash. That's all I'm doing.
Well, I appreciate you getting that out there. And when I do see you guys together, it is like a dynamic duo, you know. You balance each other well, and I think that you made a good choice in picking him. That's why I was kind of wondering.
It got to the point, Ashley, that in the last 3 weeks of doing games, we had to preface to the broadcasters that we really weren't mad at each other, so don't worry, because we were just so you know, just familiar with each other, that it would get pretty aggressive at times. And it's like, you know, if anybody just walked in the room randomly, they'd be like, ooh,
what the heck is going on with them two?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, well, that's good, man. So what would you say your favorite part of season 16 was? I'm sure you had a whole lot, but if you had to minimalize it to just one moment, or maybe 2, what would you say your favorite ones were?
I would definitely say the championship game is one. From a production standpoint, that championship game was 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 58 seconds in a 2.5 hour window. You can't do better than that. You know, you get all the commercial breaks in, you get all the analysis in, you got 2 interviews, and you have an actual game that you don't know how long it's going to be. or anything like that. So, excuse me. That was perfection off the field, and it was perfection on the field. You can't get a better game than Denver, Florida. 31-30, game-winning field goal for a retiring kicker, walk-off, greatest in SFL history. Nailed it. Let's go home. Following a 2-minute drive that was outstanding, that included a 4th down conversion, and they executed it to a T. It was a phenomenal game. And that was a huge moment. I'd say the second moment for me was when we executed bonus coverage and the game went to overtime. Right. So what we were able to do with our format is we were able to get a full game, a full competitive game on TV. I'm trying to remember what week and what block it was, but we had a very full competitive game on TV. And then we flip over to bonus coverage and a team scores, ties the game, forces overtime. Right. And it turned out that, due to time constraints, right, what are we going to do? Right now we're so behind. Well, we just nixed the bonus coverage of the fourth and final game of the day. And it turned out that game was kind of a bore and kind of a blowout. So it didn't matter, right? So we were able to get 3 great competitive games on TV, 1 a bonus coverage in overtime. And that is thrilling to me as a commissioner, because I know that in a 4.5-hour window, I'm putting the best product I possibly can put out there. And every broadcaster executed, and all the production was executed, and the games were great. And it's those moments that give me that rush, right? That keep that fire going in a 153 game season. You got to take the small victories, and that was one that sticks out. Again, I don't remember the exact matchups, but that day sticks out. And I said, Mike, this is how it's supposed to go. This is what it's supposed to be like all the time. And so those moments are special.
I definitely agree. There have been some very good moments and significant games that were won and lost. I mean, we almost beat Denver. That could have been us as Arizona Scorpions in there. And so I remember doing the Denver podcast that I normally do for all the winners. And Adam Wiseman specifically said, when we beat you guys, it was bittersweet, because even though we were glad we won, it was against you guys. And then we were kind of sad at the same time. So you really get vested in your emotions. And it's a real thing. It's like you're actually out there and you're playing, and you are getting those accolades, and you're feeling the defeat. I remember doing the podcast right after that. As a matter of fact, we lost that game, and I immediately had to record. And I couldn't hold back the tears because I had so much passion for it, and I wanted that win for us so badly. But I know we had a little hump to get over, and so it happens. But I just appreciate the league for being able to invoke those emotions. I mean, you can get it when you're watching the NFL or when you're watching baseball, when you're watching your favorite teams, but it's different dynamic when you're in the game, and when games can be won by last second field goal kick to end your entire career, or if you just had that one more second to get those 2 inches, you could definitely change the game. So I think that is important for people to realize when they're joining us too. It's more than us watching a game play out. It's the experience. It's hearing your name called. And I'm grateful to you that you've done it.
Yeah, Ash, every person's loss is another person's gain. Riley Quintero in 1 year has played in 2 championship games, won a championship, had his first kick return touchdown, win a game in the playoffs, and caught a Hail Mary to win a game. How many players? I think he may be the only one in league history that can say that he's done all 4 of those things before, ever in his career, and 1,300 players. That's amazing, right?
It
and
is.
it was, and unfortunately for Arizona, right, you feel that bitter defeat, but there's somebody else that's getting something, right?
Mhm.
Every time a game is, ends, somebody's getting something somewhere.
Mhm.
And so it's, in a way, it's a gift that keeps on giving if you look at it glass half full, right? And it's easy to look at it glass half empty because you could say, well, every game someone's getting screwed over, or every game someone's season is ending, or someone missed a chance at a milestone, or whatever. You can, there are two types of people out there: glass half empty people, glass half full people. And I think you and I, Ash, for the most part, are glass half full people. And I hated it for Arizona that day, but for Riley Quintero, I mean,
it was a great game.
That's a moment you'll never forget.
Exactly. And everybody is eventually going to have those moments of where you make an impact like that. And, I've never been the type that want to rain on somebody else's parade. As soon as that happened, I congratulated them and things like that, because they were the number one seed. And you can, looking at it from the glass half full, you take the number one seed all the way down to the ropes where they have to equal out, with the field goal. That's, that's enough in itself. But yeah, it's good. So tell me, how is the automation going for the website? I know the last time you were here, you were saying you were trying to get into it so it'd be easier to access information and easier on the staff and everything. So how's that going?
Automation's going really great.
Okay.
At this point, as of our recording, May 22nd, I just want to put that out there so people don't say, well, you said yesterday or whatever.
They will.
Sorry, that was very salon. Did you hear what so-and-so said? That I shouldn't have done that. Someone's gonna meme that. But it's a meme moment of the show, I guess. And you can clip that. So right now, automation on the progression side, all of the players from last season are in the database. Okay. All of their ratings are in the database. Right now, what we're going through is what's called sanity checks, which is basically, is everything operating correctly? Mm-hmm. So when you think about all the different things that goes into progression, you have the tier thresholds and the different rules of what you can progress depending upon what tier you're in. So the first part of progression is that the automation has to identify, based on your value and based on your position, what tier are you in, right? So it has to do that from the get-go. Otherwise, none of it works. So it has to do that first correctly. And then when you progress the player, it brings up a pop-up window and it tells you what your tier is. And it literally gives you, Ashley, your options. You can't mess it up. So if you've got an option to save, an option to add +1 primary, or an option to add +2 secondary, if you select the +1 primary, it's only going to give you attributes that you have not maxed out yet. If you've maxed those attributes out, they're not there. If you try to give it +2 primary, it will not let you submit. If you try to take away points, it will not let you submit. It will only let you submit if you put in +1 primary, which is you just use your mouse, click on the little arrow key to move the number up, right? Once you've done that, you save it. It goes right into your ratings, right? Right into your straight line ratings. It adjusts your value. If it moves you from bronze tier to silver tier, it automatically changes your threshold to silver. And now the next week, it's going to give you your silver options, right? Now, what that does is by putting your updated ratings in that line, we are actually now pulling roster files from the site. So we're pulling that text file from the automation site, and those are the rosters being used in the game. Whereas the previous way that we've done this is you've got humans, the players, submitting their progression, oftentimes incorrectly, right? Depending upon if the team gave him bad information or the player gave him bad information. So then that has to be corrected, because players are allowed to type whatever they want, right?
Right.
It may not be right or wrong. We have to go and manually check to see if it's right or wrong. Then the roster management team, whoever's responsible for your team, because it was split up amongst 3 people, each of the 3 had 8, they would then verify that that progression, and then they would put it in a working document, right, of all the teams and all the progressions. So what happens when they type it incorrectly there? It's like that thing you did it at school where everybody sits in a line and you whisper,
Yeah.
and then it goes from person to person to person to person, and by the end of it they go, Ashley Jackson's yellow towel is awesome, and it has nothing to do with the frog is sick, right? And that's how the errors happen, right? So it goes from the roster management team typing out, okay, well now the head of the player personnel team does that. Then roster management goes in and puts that Word document into the editor, right? Well, what if that's put in incorrectly, right? You're putting in hundreds of different things. What if someone hits a 8 instead of a 7, right? Now all of a sudden they're 10 points better in a specific category, and you just don't see it because you've got, 480 players times 20 data points. I mean, you're talking about 8,000 data points. So then it goes from, then it goes from roster management to me. And as long as everything is good with that transfer process, right, the right text files were uploaded and sent and all that stuff, then we're good. That's a lot of steps. What this automation system has done is that the players still submit their progressions, but they can't make a mistake, right? So that's the first part, because you're only submitting what it's giving you for your threshold. Then you don't have to have a recording of what the progression was, because that's actually an automation too. So when you go to the team rosters, you see the full team roster. You can download the team, or the coaching staffs can download the teams. But then people can also see in a progressions tab how all of the players have progressed, if they missed progression, if they saved, or what they improved on. So you're able to see a giant grid, right, of all the teams and all that they've progressed all across the league. So your progression is getting entered in. It's getting entered in correctly. And then the file that you're looking at, right, on the automation website, that is what is being used for the games, because we are pulling those export files right off of that site and exporting those TXTs into the editor, into the game, right? So we've taken a complete, and hey, look, it's not cheap either, right? It's $4,000. Could turn out to be $5,000. It's the largest investment in terms of dollars that the SFL has made since buying our new computer systems that we got right before TV, right before we even knew we were going to be on TV, and that was almost 2 years ago now. So it's even more than that in terms of the dollars, right? So it's a pretty hefty investment, because we know, I mean, look at it. Look at all that it can do to avoid errors. And right now we're going through sanity checks to make sure that it's all working properly, right? When it's supposed to go to silver, is it going to silver? When it's supposed to go to gold, is it going to gold? Is it giving me all the options that I'm supposed to have? When, depending upon the position, a linebacker at silver is totally different than a cornerback at silver, right? So all that stuff has to be checked. And what we found in doing all these sanity checks is there were a lot of human errors all season long that either got, reported along the way or didn't, right? But it just goes to show you, wow, there's so much reporting and documentation and one step at a time manual entry that goes into this. It makes me appreciate automation even more, right? Because that's going to be gone with this new system. And so that's really good. Now that's on the progression side, Ashley. On the contract side, right now we've got a transaction log that's being built so that when contracts are submitted to the league, the transaction shows up. It shows up, which version of the contract it is, version 0, right? If it's the original. It's got when it was created, when the player got it, when the player approved it, when the team approved it, and when the team submitted it. Then it's got what the hit is against the cap, how many loyalty points that the contract has, so that you can keep track of what teams have spent on their veteran players to improve them. And then on the team side, it keeps track of your cap for you, so that you know how much you've spent or how much is out there. It also allows teams to build a contract and then just save it. They don't actually have to send it to a player, but they can save it and keep it on record, right? So you can constantly, if I was to sign this person, here's what I'd sign him. Here's what I'd sign them to that contract. And then if you end up reaching out and finding contact with that person and you want to offer them a contract, you already have it, right? You can just go back to it and you can send it to them. And once a contract is sent to the player actually has a dashboard where that player can progress their player, can see the history of their progressions, and then see all the contracts that they've received. So if 5 different teams have submitted them contracts, they can review all of those contracts in that hub so that they can compare and contrast. What are my options? What are my offers out there? Because teams can send as many contracts as they want, but players can only accept one contract in a contract window, right? So once a player accepts that contract, then that player has chosen which team they want to play for. Now, if a team needs to restructure their contract, that happens from time to time. Ashley, as you know, as a general manager, you're trying to get very close to the cap or get as close as possible, or you realize, oh crap, we've gone over, or you realize, oh, we got this big time free agent that we didn't think we were going to get, and now we're kind of over budget, right? So we got to go back and we got to do some things. You can submit revisions to players who have already accepted deals, and when they accept it and it gets back in the transaction log, it goes in as version 1 and it's listed as a restructure, so that everyone knows as they follow the transaction log that this is not a new signing, but this is just simply a restructured contract.
Okay.
So there's a lot being built currently on the contract side. The progression side is further along because it got started first. The progression side essentially is about 25% of the way through its sanity checks. Once we finish those, which should be in the next 48 hours or so, progression is done, right? So progression, and we got the 25% just from yesterday, right? The sanity check started yesterday. So that's kind of the timeline of how quickly it's moving now that the system is all built. Contracts should be built and finished and finalized by mid to late week or so. And then we hope to start signings on time, May 31st. It may get pushed back 1 day, 2 days, depending upon the sanity check issues that we find. We want to make sure that when we launch a product that it's working. Right. But the big thing is, Ashley, is that usually we have 3 weeks before the start of the season where there's nothing going on, rosters lock, and then it's radio silence, right? Because we're building rosters by hand. We're taking all of that data from the off season, all 480 of those contracts that were manually approved by Marcus Dunhill, director of player personnel, and we're feeding those in lines on an Excel sheet, and then Tom Rahman and Jermaine Smith are going in and building them one player at a time. So they're entering in all of those numbers and all of those figures. Well, guess what? Someone's going to make a mistake. It's human error. But when a contract gets submitted and approved to the league on the automation site, when it goes in the transaction log, it goes on your roster file. So once your whole team is built, your team is built. So we don't need that 3-week window of nothing to build the teams now. So we're building a much more efficient off season. And once we get out of this off season and we build towards, future seasons, it will allow us to have, more off-season events, get players signed quicker, right? And have a chance to build more hype to the season by having players signed faster and ready to go for the season. So that's it in a nutshell. I know that's a lot, Ashley, but it is a robust piece of software, and it's ours. Only the SFL has it. Only the SFL will ever have it, unless you've got some deep pockets. Because hey, I'd be interested, but at the same time, it's pride, right? It's intellectual property. Right. It's ours, and intellectual property is so huge when when you're building an entity. You got to have something that makes the experience better for the users that they can't get anywhere else. And that's what we're getting here with automation.
I will say that is a heck of a time saver for general managers, for owners to be able to go ahead and just have that information already available. But just a follow-up question to the contract side of things. Let's say if we have a rookie that wants to be a linebacker and has selected a team that he would like to play for, he or she would like to play for, and another team picks them up during the draft. How does that change things?
So right now, the rookies in SFLM, they're not in the database. What we're gonna have to do is, once their ratings lock, which I think happens sometime maybe during the playoffs, I think, something like that. They lock. We have to build those players into the system, right? So we'll create those players, and they basically just won't have a team. They won't have a home. When teams draft them, we'll put that team, right? We'll essentially put them or assign them to that team, and then that team will submit any kind of restructure that they need for that player for them to fit under the cap, right? Okay. So that player is going to go on your roster. You're going to be over cap, if you are over cap, right? By selecting that player, but then by submitting a restructure, teams are able to to get down what they need. And since that player is assigned to that team, no one is able to submit a restructure on that contract because it's not theirs. Right. Carolina can't submit a contract to the rookie that Arizona picks up because the rookie is on Arizona's team and has an Arizona contract. So Arizona can submit a restructure, but Carolina cannot. So that's how, that's how it'll work. I don't know if that is how it's going to work every off season, because we'd like to get progression in the SFLM automated too. But since the system wasn't ready for that this season, they're kind of on the old way, and we're going to have to put them into the database, kind of old school. And then next SFLM season, we'll be able to get them entered when they come in the league, right? Right. Now they're a base copper person. You just create them in there. You don't have to do anything with their ratings. They have a minor league team, and then they go in and progress their player at the copper level, just like anybody else would. In their progression window. So,
all right, good stuff. In regards to human error, everybody's human when entering in things. There have been some questions in regards to the playbooks that are submitted before games. Are the game plans ever changed at any point from the time the coaches give you those plays that they want to be entered into your system? Are there any changes that are made? Maybe the file is a little bit too big and you have to kind of take out some plays or anything like that. Are there the same plays that are entered from every person, or are you changing?
So in terms of file size, Ashley, you can there's a way to select all, I think it's 6,754 plays on offense and defense. You can select them all and save the playbook, and it will save. That's different from, let's say, like an NCAA 14 or a Madden, where I don't know if you've ever created a custom playbook, but you actually can't select all of the plays in there, right? It only lets you have a specific number of plays. In All Pro, you can have all 6,000 something plays selected, or all the way on the other end, you need one run, one pass, one stunt, and one coverage in your playbook, and it will run, right? So you can have anywhere between, Ashley, 4 to 6,000, whatever, right? So it doesn't. So the offensive playbooks in the SFL are 70 to 150. The defensive playbooks are 35 to 80. So if they're falling within that range, anywhere within that range, 6,700, that file is going to save correctly. I don't need to do anything to make sure that the file saves. I don't need to cut anything out or anything like that. And the rules are in place in terms of playbook size, because that's realistic, right? In a single game, how many offensive plays are you really going to call, right? And you're going to call some more than once because they're more effective, things like that. So file size is not an issue. Now on the what is the playbook that's actually put into the system? The coaches are so dang smart. In the Houston-London game, where we didn't play the game with the right playbooks, I had saved the playbooks on one USB and then used another USB to play the game. So the correct USB is sitting over here in this other console, and I'm using an old USB on another console playing that game. So it's not like we just didn't make the adjustments. We just didn't use the right file. Again, human error. Well, I wasn't the one that caught it. That whole game played, right? And everybody watched the game. Everyone's like, wow, what a game, right?
Right.
Well, Damon's the one that called me, and he said, there was something wrong with that game, right? There was something. None of the things I took out got taken out, and none of the things I put in got called. And that doesn't make sense to me, right? And so we looked at it, and of course I go to the USB file that's correct, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? It looks fine to me. And then I realized, but we didn't play that game on this system. That game was the only game on that file that got played on the other system, and I just didn't transfer the rosters over. It so happened to be the same day that I thought I had an extra hour to prepare and got my time zones crossed. So I was obviously scatterbrained and not feeling it that day. But it was Damon Simeon of Houston that identified the issues with me. The point is that these coaches know their playbooks so well that if there is a mistake, they will tell me. And if they think there's a mistake, then they should ask me, because I'm not so egomaniacal to think that I don't make a mistake, right? And we're very upfront as a league that we have people, not machines, people putting in these adjustments, because the playbooks do not transfer with the text files that hold the rosters, right? So when we have a text file and we move it from one roster file to the next so that we can get you a whole new batch of opponents, the playbook doesn't go with it. I have to put it in again, right? So your playbook as a team, if you make the playoffs, your playbook is getting re-entered from scratch, maybe, at least 2 times a year, maybe 3 times a year, maybe 4 times a year, depending upon, if you just happen to be a mover that year. And you're asking, one person to, if your playbook's got 150 plays in it, you're asking that person just on playbook re-entry alone to go 600 out of 600, right? With your playbook. And then you've got, let's say 20 changes every week times 10 other weeks. That's 200 more changes. So 800 out of 800. And I think I'm pretty darn good. And I think that I do 800 out of 800 a lot, but 800 by 800 times 24 teams, Ashley, right? Now you're talking about one person being 19,200 out of 19,200. And that's just probably not going to happen, right? As good as any person can be, right? And it doesn't matter how many people you get involved, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, it doesn't matter. Someone's going to make a mistake somewhere, right? And so I encourage any team that is like, I don't get it.
Yeah,
right?
something's not right.
Happened. Right. Something this doesn't look like anything that I saw this week. That play, I don't think I have that play in there. And if you don't know, or you think you know what's going, don't go into to Twitch chat and say, I don't think that's supposed to be in there, because you don't know. You don't know if it's in there or not. You don't know. We don't know what is going on with that book, right? Don't do that, because all it does is make it look to everybody else like you don't have your team under control, because you don't know what's going on. Don't do that. Just send me a message, right? Hey, after the week is over, I want to look at this formation. I don't think I have that play in there according to my playbook. It doesn't, yada, yada, yada. And make sure you look at the playbook that you submitted first. Sometimes teams have multiple versions of a playbook. They don't realize that the playbook version that they sent still had these two plays in there. Go back and see what you submitted first, right? And if you're particularly on defense, right? Take a guy like Eddie Gage, for example, Ash. If there's a defensive play in there that Eddie didn't put, he's going to know, because he can call out every single defensive play in the game pretty much. And so, if Eddie sees a play that's not supposed to be in there, go to your playbook first. If it's in there, you go, well, how in the hell did I end up keeping that play in there, right, over the week? And if it's not in there, then that's when you say, okay, I think there's a play in there. I want to take a look at it. And it's no bother to me, because guess what? Maybe I did make a mistake. The reality is that with every single mistake, we talk about that 19,200 out of 19,200, Ashley. With any one mistake, any one particular mistake is not going to get a game replayed. It's not going to get us to go back in time, and it's not to say that the game was unfair, or that there has to be a big stink about it. The reality is that kind of human error is just like a balls and strikes umpire, is just like a touchdown that didn't have the right camera angle when trying to review it. It's just like that kind of stuff. I mean, sometimes that, S happens, and we can't expect to replay every single, when you've got 144 games on the schedule in a 3-month period. There's teams have to understand that mistakes are going to happen, and that I don't have any skin in the game as to who they happen to, because it doesn't matter who they happen to. Mistakes are bad. Why do I want my product to have a mistake in it, regardless of whose team it is, or what player it is, or who it affects? There's no advantage to me to having a mistake anywhere during any of this operation. It does me no good. So as long as people remember that, right? What I want is for you to find a mistake, report the mistake. Now the mistake is gone, right? We fixed it. And when mistakes don't get fixed, they pile, right, Ashley? If there's 3 mistakes, and there's another 3 mistakes, and there's another 3 mistakes, and then all of a sudden you have a league with 40 mistakes in it. And you've got all these files riddled with mistakes, and that's not what we want. The playbook entry process is easier than the whole roster management progression process. Not anymore, right? Now, the only place where you could probably see errors is in the whole depth chart substitution playbook side of things.
All right, Cam. So out of all the times, out of the 16 seasons that you've been doing this, how many times has that error actually happened?
So the Houston-London, that was the first time.
Right.
That was the first time that we've ever played a game with the wrong playbooks for both teams, for any teams, for that matter. A couple times there's an issue with the defensive audibles, where if you take out all the defensive audibles and then you put 5 new ones in, right? If you take those defensive audibles completely out of your playbook, the game will freeze when you go to put the new defensive audibles in. So you have to keep defensive audibles in, make the playbook changes, change the defensive audibles, go back into the defensive playbook, and take the old audibles out right after the fact. There have been two times in league history. Once it happened to Ramos when Santa Fe played Louisville back in, I think it's season 7. And then the second time it happened was actually the opening night of the first convention in Dallas. It happened to Ramos again. Actually, it's happened 3 times against Mighty in the Mexico City, Alaska game. And then it happened to Mighty. I want to say it was a few seasons ago, another week 1 game where the default defensive audibles forgot to go back and take them out. Right. And that's a big deal because, you know, when you only have 20 something plays in your defense and you got 3 in there that aren't yours, you know, it can really mess with a game plan. So you're talking about 4 times in 16 seasons in over 1,500 games has a playbook been, you know, dramatically impacted by human error. And the first 3 of those games, they were not replayed because like I said, as happens, you know, we got to move on. You know, but the important thing is that you reported it to me and I would have found out anyway. You know, week 2, I check your playbook numbers with my playbook numbers. You got 41, I got 44. What's the difference, right? Take out the difference. So it's not like it, you know, it goes on from week to week to week because that's what we use our playbook numbers for, right? The calculators at the top. For people that don't know, we have an Excel sheet where people enter in the plays, and when they designate it as a pass, it counts as a pass up in the calculator so that I can verify my Xbox numbers with your playbook numbers to make sure that it's identical.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a situation to where, well, you know, that's only 4 times out of the 16 seasons. So, you know, it clearly doesn't happen that often. But, and I do understand that some games will not be replayed, but if it's something that is absolutely like the London Houston, where it was dramatically affected, would you be opposed to at least replaying those particular games, perhaps on a Wednesday or just a day that you even put it on YouTube? It doesn't have to be necessarily televised, but to just give those owners and those teams a peace of mind. Would you be willing to do that? Yeah,
well, we did it, right?
Yeah.
We did it with those games. And basically what it comes down to is, and that's what we do, right? We put them on YouTube. The replays go on YouTube, right? When we need to get a final score. But when we look at a game, we say, you know, okay, what is the severity here of the impact of, you know, either the human error or the technological flaw, right? When you have a power outage in the third quarter and you've got, you know, a 10-point game or a 13-point game, you say, well, the largest comeback in league history is 24. We don't know what was going to happen the rest of that game. You know, this game has to be replayed. Now, if it's between 2 teams that are 2-7 and they're both out of the playoffs, you know, we may just call it because it's not going to have any significant impact because we don't necessarily know that team that was up by 10 or 13 was going to lose, right? So you would hate to replay something that people have already seen if the impact is very small. But when you've got the situations we had, which is why it made the end of the season so painful for operations, right? We usually don't have that many replayed games, particularly in that short of a window. It puts a very big strain on operations when you have 48 games in 4 weeks and then you have to replay 4 more. Now you have 52 games in 4 weeks. And that's 52 games in 28 days. You're playing like almost 2 games a day at that point with no break. That's what it feels like, right? To my office. So you really have to think about the quality of the league as well, where if you're just constantly replaying games, where does people's trust stand with the games that they're currently watching, that they're going to be good? And then what happens is you open the floodgates for anyone to say, oh, my helmet my face mask or face shield was the wrong color, so we need to replay that game, right? Because if my face shield was wrong, then obviously there are other things wrong too. That type of, and we go down this hole of, well, his agility was 85 and it was supposed to be 80. I want to recall. No, we've got, that's just taking 2 hours out of other people's day and other people's time where the league could be helping them, servicing them, being a business that supports them and supporting you, just because you feel like that's going to give you some sort of significant edge. So when you're talking about power outages, when you're talking about, that Houston-London game, what result is that? That's an exhibition game. That's two teams that game planned for each other, that played with playbooks that were for game plans that weren't for each other. That's nothing.
Right.
That's nothing. That's a London playbook that did not prep for Houston, but played Houston anyway. And a Houston playbook that played London that was prepped for somebody else. All these teams are so different. There's no way, there's no way that is any kind of legitimate result for a win or for a loss. And, it was a difficult decision, but that's why we said, hey, we're going to put this at the end of the season because we just want to do this fresh. We'll give both teams a chance to game plan for each other again later after these playbooks have gotten a little bit different over the last few weeks. And maybe the game will matter. Maybe the game won't. As you can see at the end of the season, it did. One team would get in if Houston won. If another team would get in if Houston lost. It did have some sort of impact to the playoffs. So it's good that we played it again. And at the end of the day, London won anyway. And both teams missed the playoffs. So at the end of the day, whatever, right? And then LA got in instead, and they lost to Fort Worth in the first round. And that storyline was buried and done with and gone, right? And now it could have had a bigger impact, right? And it could have had a lesser impact. But the point is that we didn't know at the time. So the responsible thing is we have to get a result when two teams game plan for each other. And then the other instance of the power freeze, of the Xbox freeze with Carolina and Charleston, that we weren't going to replay that game because we thought Carolina was out of the playoffs. And that was just wrong on the league staff's part in an effort to try to get teams information, as quickly as possible. Teams like to start on the off season when they know that they're out of the playoffs, right? Let's get a jump on it. That's all I'm trying to do, right? But we've learned our lesson. If you're not mathematically eliminated, you're not going to hear a peep out of us because we don't want to make that mistake again. Because Carolina Charleston would not have been played on Sunday if we thought there were playoff implications to that game. We would have played it on Saturday to get one more playoff implication game out of the way so that we would only have 16 possible scenarios to break down when going into that 32 scenarios when going into that last day. By having Carolina and Charleston on Sunday, that would take our possible scenarios to calculate from 32 to 64. And that 32 scenarios takes 3 hours. So, that game should have been played on Saturday. We should have known the result. And look, what's funny is that if it would have been played on Saturday, maybe the Xbox doesn't even freeze. So it's like, everything has to align properly just to screw us. And that day it just did. As commissioner, it's very frustrating because every time something like that happens, it's just like a piece of hail, landing on a roof. And one piece of hail is not going to do a whole lot of damage. But if you have a hailstorm, you're going to do damage to your property. And that's what we have to look at. And that's why we've put in $4,000 into automation, because we see a hailstorm coming. If we're going to have 500 players, 600 players, 700 players, 800 players in this league, which we want to do, which we want to be able to accommodate all players, right? And all teams, then we can't keep having people make mistakes. It's not that they're bad people. It's not that they're bad at the efforts that they're doing. I could pay them $5 or $100,000, and they'd still make the same number of mistakes. I really believe that, because you're just people. You know, you can only take so much of adding up +4 consistency, you know, and then typing it out. You say, oh, they're good. They go from 76 to 80. So you say it in your head. They got to go from 76 to 80. That's the first thing. You got to get that right. And then the second thing is actually typing. They have to go to 76 to 80, right? And that's 2 steps for one player for 1 week of one progression. And that's the hailstorm coming. So we say, okay, enough of that, right? We're going to invest some money into automation so that we can accommodate more people and we don't have to worry about a hailstorm. You know, and so that's the methodology behind it. That's how we look at, you know, what's going on with playbooks and roster files. And, you know, I encourage people when they, you know, when they see a mistake, when they see an issue, submit a ticket. It's not, you're not calling me out. You're not insulting me by wasting my time because you think there's something wrong. I'll give you peace of mind. I have no problem giving you peace of mind, because then you can't tell me it's wrong. And you can't be behind the scenes spreading, you know, your truth about how you think something's wrong. Well, ask. If you haven't asked and you don't have the data, then you can't say nothing. And if I give you the data and there's nothing wrong with it, then leave it. You lost, right? Yeah. You lost the game. But there is a long track record, and Ramos and Mighty and Demand and all of these people that have reported errors before, it's a long track record. Any of them would tell you, hey, I told Cam I thought there was a mistake, and he said there was a mistake. He admitted there was a mistake. He admitted that there was an issue. He told me what the process was, how it happened, or how he thought it happened, why it happened, things like that. We had an issue earlier this offseason where an agility rating on a player went up 20 points. And we said, how did this happen? I don't understand. Well, it was written out, agility, right? AG. Mm-hmm. That was for aggressiveness.
Yeah.
So if you put aggressiveness to 89, which is where it was supposed to go, right? Then that's correct. But instead of it being put on aggressiveness, it was put on agility. So aggressiveness was wrong, right? It was 86, but agility went from 69 to 89. Well, you're just not thinking, right? You're just going through, you're putting in numbers, right?
Absolutely.
AG 89, bam, 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 bam. So then the error report comes in that the aggressiveness didn't get updated. It needs to be upgraded to 89. So we go, oh, you're right. It's at 86. Don't know how that happened. So we put it at 89. Well, nobody looked at agility. Why would we look at agility to see if agility was correct, right? So then a week later, another team comes in and they say, how does agility jump from this roster file to that roster file? And we go, I don't know. We're going to have, you know, so we had to look back and we go, oh my gosh, this is how it happened, right? AG, and it's like, you know, how stupid, but
exactly.
You know,
but it's so close, because even with me inputting the items from the GM standpoint on that roster file, if you're not paying attention, you can input it wrong. And that is one thing, agility and aggressiveness, that you can easily misconstrue because they're so close together.
And by the way, yes, we're talking a lot about the errors that happen, you know, 0.1, 0.2% of the time, right? Or 0.01, 0.02% of the time. But what we're also not focusing on is, without all of these people doing all these things, we don't have a league, because the game does not let you just do it. You can't just open up the Xbox and do it. It's not possible, right? Because of our system, because of our people, because of our care to build such a high quality league, we update your ratings constantly all season long. That takes manpower, that takes effort, and it's part of what you're paying for, the experience you're paying for here in the SFL. Because without these people, without this technology, without this equipment, we don't have a league. The league doesn't function. So it's easy to focus on the 1% or 2% of errors that slide through, that happen, that are mistakes. But we don't have a league without the 98%, the 99% of ratings that are correctly put in, exactly what you want as a player, put into the system and put on the field. And that's an important part of all this too. And I want to give a shout out to the people that have gotten us to this point: Yogi Barr, Marcus Dunhill, Tom Rahman, Jermaine Smith, Rochelle Colston. Without them, you don't even hit the field, right? And so they should be appreciated. And it's easy to come at them and say, how can you make this bonehead mistake? What were you thinking? Or you can look at them and go, wow, thanks for doing your best. And now send them off into the sunset. They've done all this work. They've worked their butt off for years while the league has gone from no TV to TV, from 200 players to 550 players, right? As the league has exponentially grown, they've been here helping us through the growth. Now go take a break. Go take a break and just go have fun and enjoy stuff with your teams, because we got this right now.
And that's true. I think people tend to, focus on the negatives sometimes, but that could be not just necessarily league related. That can be life related too. Sometimes you're more likely to remember the negative stuff, but it is good to take a step. First of all, like I said, anybody makes a mistake. So with the owners and the coaches, making sure that you're inputting your own playbooks, your own items in right. For GMs, making sure that you're double checking those contracts, and making sure you're double checking those progressions that are made, and entering them in right. So it's about everybody working as a cohesive unit and making sure that you're putting in the right information at all times to avoid things like this. But yeah, like I said, that was a question that was kind of posed to me, and I wanted to make sure that I asked it to kind of just shed some light on it, and hopefully those people will have a better understanding, because I know that, but other people may not,
Right.
And
we're open about it.
Yeah.
We're going to make mistakes here. This is, you're not paying for perfection, right?
But only 4 out of 16 seasons. Yeah.
You're not going to get perfection out of humans. Stop thinking you're going to get perfection out of people. It's what drives me crazy, Ashley. And more specifically, right, when you talk about people that are put on pedestals, right? Athletes, celebrities, politicians, priests, and anybody that's in a position of authority. Why are you acting like they're supposed to be better than you? They're just people. They're just people. And they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to be judged on their mistakes, just like you're going to be judged on yours. And if you feel like their mistakes are too big, or they make too many, or they make, this, that, then that's your choice, whether to continue to support them or not, right? And I say that for our people in the SFL as well. Just because I've been running this league for 16 years, 16 seasons, first of all, I'm going to make mistakes, or I'm going to make less mistakes than anybody else. I'll hand to God that, but I'm going to make mistakes, and you can't put me on a pedestal because I'm not a robot. I am not a robot.
I think some people think you're this, I think I mentioned this to you before, like you're this big shot that we can't really come to and talk to, that, you're not approachable. And if anybody has ever watched any of my shows or participated in any of the community chats, they know that could be further from the truth. Speaking of that, why do you think certain people won't mention things in community chat, when they have issues, especially if it's something that could be perceived as negative?
Well, I think there's a number of reasons. Number one, they don't want to start something, right? Or they don't want to hear from other parties. And quite frankly, if you don't want to hear from other parties, then you shouldn't put it in a public chat, right? Yeah. If you just want to talk to me, then just talk to me. It's called a DM, right? You don't have to tag. Now, if you want to tag me because you want me to respond, right, in public to where people can see it, that's okay too. I'm more than happy to answer that question, right? So it depends on the type of, personality or the type of response that you're looking for. And I certainly, now I may reserve the right to say, look, I just don't think that's something that I want to address in public. But those issues come few and far between, right, Ashley? I mean, almost anything I will speak on in public. Usually the only time I won't speak on it in public is when someone asks something about another person. Hey, what happened with so-and-so? I'm not gonna get into that, right? Because that's not something that I'm just gonna air out, right? That's something between that person and me, or that, that person in that group, or whatever it is, right? I would respect their privacy just as you would want me to respect yours if you were in a situation with me or somebody else, right? But there's lots of different forms. I do community calls. There's obviously the regular chat rooms that you can just tag me in. You can send me a DM. You can schedule an appointment with me, do a one-on-one call. You can talk to an owner and have the owner relay the message. You can talk to a community member, like you, to relay the message if that's a more comfortable way to do it. I certainly don't belittle any way of getting a hold of me. Just figure out a way to do it, right? If you have something on your mind, please do it, because I think the thing that most bothers me, and I really mean this sincerely from my heart, you all are my customers. You pay for this. I want you to be happy. Why would I not want to know that my customers are upset with something, right? It bothers me, right? It frustrates me. If you leave the server and you don't tell me why, how the hell am I supposed to get better? How the hell am I supposed to make the product better? I don't even know why you left. Your team doesn't know why you left. I don't know. I don't understand, right? If you say, it's just not for me anymore, I want to know why. I'm not mad, right? Everybody's allowed to make a choice in life. If you don't feel like it's, if you don't feel like it's worth the money and you want to spend it on something else, okay, right? That's okay. If you feel like, you don't get enough control as a player, and you want to have more control, okay, then let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do. There's a lot of reasons to be upset with a product. I feel like the community is too toxic. Well, let's talk about it. Who's toxic? What bothers you about the discourse and all this stuff? I need to know these things, because if I spend 8 hours yesterday running sanity checks on automation, I'm not necessarily going to know all of the conversations that happen in all of the rooms in Discord. And, I'm going to catch up at the end of the day, but I might not catch all of it. I'm not going to scroll all the way back up 5 hours ago to see, what so-and-so had to say. It's impossible. It's impossible to read every conversation, to speak to every person every day. There's just too many. There's too many people. I was telling you, Ashley, in a call that we had when I was traveling, that if I have a 30-minute call with, let's say, what do we talk about? 5 people a week or something?
Yeah,
2.5 hours.
like 5 people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have 20 calls. You talk to 20 different people a month in a one-on-one 30-minute setting. That means that, that you talk to about, 260 people a year in a 30-minute call. That's less than half the community, right? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
It's very challenging because, and I say a 30-minute call because you can really get to know somebody in 30 minutes, and I want to get to know you. My background is, in journalism. I write features. That's why I started the league, right? Who are you? I think your story deserves to be told. It's why we're all here, right? And so, I don't just want to spend 30 seconds with you in a DM. Hey, hi, how you are? You great? Yeah, glad you're here. Hey, how'd you find us? Oh, yeah, this and that. Oh, well, great. Have a good time. That doesn't do anything, right? I would like to get to know you more, and please reach out, so that I can get to know you better, because you are my customer. And what your opinion is, what fun you're having, what disappointments you have, they matter. They matter. And I may not be able to fix all the problems. And one of the common misconstrued emotions is that if I don't fix it for you, that I don't care about your opinion. That's like, people jump to that. They say, well, Cam doesn't care about what I have to say. I tell him all this stuff that's wrong and then nothing happens. It's not true. I do care about what you have to say. Sometimes things are out of my hands, right? I'd like to be able to create my own plays. I can't create my own plays in this league. Well, I don't know what you want me to do about that, right? I don't own the game. So it's, you know, some things are fixable. Some things are not fixable. So it just, as long as we all have an understanding of, hey, your opinion matters. Here's what I can do and here's what I can't. Then, you know, we'll be all right. But please, you know, whatever outlet you feel most comfortable in, please reach me, because I try to sprinkle myself around the podcasts, you know, in community calls, around the chats. You know, I try to get to be, you know, a little bit everywhere to try to reach people in all those different ways so that they feel comfortable.
And that's important, especially when you have other leagues, you know, that try to be like the SFL. But I think that what's missing is the fact that you can literally go and talk to the person that is over it and feel like you're being heard. And I think people just want to be heard, whether sometimes you agree with what's being said or not, or if you even can be able to do something about it. I think it's important, you know, because everybody has a voice and you are the customer. So I, for one, I appreciate that, being able to actually pick up the phone and call, well, not pick up the phone, but to schedule an appointment, you know, and talk to you whenever I need to, especially if it's something that's bothering me, or even just go and DM you, and then you'll be able to return my DMs and help me get some clarification to the problems and things like that. At least you care enough to do it, because other people would have been like, no. Yeah, okay, well, you have this issue. You don't have to be here.
It just breaks my heart, Ashley, because that's how people are treated by other companies. That's why they don't do it. They don't come to me, not because they think that I don't, you know, that I'm some unapproachable guy. I don't think that. I think that they just think that we're just like any other company that just doesn't care, because most companies don't care. And that's so sad. That's so sad. They take their customers for granted, and it's garbage. You know, why do the fees, if you care about the customers so much, why do the fees go up? Because I'm trying to run a league, and I got expenses that total, you know, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000, and I want to keep this league running for you. You know, well, why don't you go out and get sponsors? I'm trying. Why don't you go out and get some more TV revenue? I'm trying. You know, why don't you raise the fees for owners? We're doing it, right? Like all of the different ways that we can make this league the best it can be. You know, that's what we're doing. And so, you know, that's the ultimate end goal, is to build the best league that we can for our customers. And I think that people are just accustomed to being ignored by businesses, right? By people at the top. Oh, they don't care about us. And that's sad. You know, I feel it too. Try calling a cable company and feeling appreciated. Are you kidding me? They could care less. Oh, your business is failing and you're losing 30% of your customers? It still doesn't matter. They still somehow don't care. Why? Because as long as they're getting a paycheck and as long as they're reading from their manual, they're just hanging on and surviving. You know, they're just being told what to do, because the people at the top are making some god-awful salary, right? And they're burying other people, and it's trash, right? And people feel used and abused, and it's disgusting, Ashley. And it's why, you know, it's why we have the model that we have.
Right.
You don't get to just be the greatest because you got more money to give me. I turn away probably thousands of dollars a day from people that would pay more to be better if they could. I ain't about that. You know, we want to have, we want all the quarterbacks to pay the same price. We want all the wide receivers to pay the same price. We want, you know, we want all of those players, no matter where they play or what their value is. That's on you, right? If you want to keep all your value, go somewhere else where they're not going to cut you, you know, where they're not, you know, where you're not going to have to take a pay cut. You know, do you control your career, you know, you do all that stuff. And I'm not going to, you know, I'm just not going to get bent about that money. And honestly, it's to the detriment of our, you know, of the business, right? We'd probably be more profitable if we had a business model like that. And unfortunately, you know, that means that people that work in the league, they take their lumps, right? Including me with all the hours and all that stuff. I mean, you do it for the love of the game. It's a passion. And we want customers to understand that, you know, we do it for all them. You know, we ain't doing it for ourselves. I could go have a career in sports media somewhere else and be okay, you know, but it wouldn't be as fun as this.
Yeah. And this is something that you created.
Yeah. I wouldn't be as happy, you know, unless I was doing this. So understand, you know, players out there, you guys make me happy. You guys enjoying the product make me happy. You guys give me that fuel, give me that energy. If you weren't here, you know, then it just wouldn't be as good, period.
Absolutely.
You know, so thank you for being here, and please, you matter, please come talk to me about what's going on, good or bad.
Gotcha. I have questions about subscriptions and owner fees.
All right.
So we all know that they're increasing. But why such a significant increase in a short amount of time? Why couldn't this just be a gradual increase in pricing so it can easily be digestible for everyone, or people can plan for it a little bit better?
Are you talking about for players or for teams?
For players and for owners.
So for players, it's if you break it down, Ashley, it's really not a drastic increase. When you're talking about $3.75 a month to $5 a month. Now I'm just talking right now for everybody but quarterbacks and running backs. When you're talking about $3.75 to $5, you're talking about $1.25 a month, a difference. That is a McDonald's fry. One in a month. So if I'm a player, I ask myself, and again, there is not a wrong answer, right? What's more valuable to me this month? A McDonald's fry or being a player in the SFL? Whatever your answer is, I'm good with, right? But that's or pick anything that's $1.25, right? A small cone, or, you know, a candy bar from the store, or a bag of chips, or whatever, right? Or it might mean, you know, for people that are, you know, that don't have a lot of disposable income, it may mean a load of laundry, right? So I don't mean it to say that it's all about disposable income too. And if it's between a load of laundry or the SFL, then you probably should choose the load of laundry. And that doesn't bother me. I don't take offense to it. But at the end of the day, we are an entertainment product, like the movies, you know, or like fast food, or like, you know, television, or, you know, any other subscription service or cable or whatever. Mm-hmm. You know, we're an entertainment product. So we don't fall under the category of, you know, laundry, bread, insurance, you know, the things that like you need, rent to survive. We're not that. We're not that category. We're not ever going to be that category. We don't think of ourselves as that category, and you shouldn't look at us in that category, right? So anybody that feels that pinch, that hard, really, I don't necessarily want you to not do that load of laundry to be in the SFL, right? I'm not saying I want that for you, right?
Right.
You should make the choice that's best for you and your family and all that. But at the same time, a lot of people don't take care of their mental health. And the SFL, depending upon how you get involved, right? Because sometimes you can get involved and it can be very mentally draining, right?
Yes.
If you get mixed up in all the lunacy. But if you're involved with your team, your locker room, you're involved in the positivity, in the uplifting, in the, celebrations when we win, pick each other up when we're losses, it can serve as a mental health cleanse to be able to have a group of people that got your back. What's that worth? Right. And if you're not in one of those situations, then maybe think about getting into one, right? Because there's 23 other teams. If you don't feel close to your team, if you don't feel like you've created a bond, create a bond. Try to create a bond, right? Or, go somewhere else and see if it's easier to create that bond. Because that's what the SFL can deliver, right? And if you're just sitting on the sidelines and you don't really know any of your teammates, you're kind of doing it wrong.
Yeah.
You might be getting to watch games and watch all the content and listen to all the podcasts and all that stuff. But if you're not really engaged and participating, you're kind of doing it wrong. It's so much more valuable when you build those relationships with other people that you otherwise would never be friends with than if you don't. So on the player side, Ashley, that's how I look at it. It really, I don't think it's a drastic increase whatsoever.
Okay.
Now, quarterbacks and running backs, that is a supply and demand issue, right? So we kind of have to force the issue because we haven't been able to grow because we don't have that automation and we don't want to keep making more mistakes, right? So now moving forward, because now that we have automation, we're going to be able to grow rosters, going to be able to grow teams, those type of things to be able to open up more quarterback, running back spots. But quarterback and running back is so popular, it's always going to be full. It's always going to be full in the minors. Every team in the minors is going to have a bunch of quarterbacks, a bunch of running backs every offseason. It's never going to fail. You got players in the SFL that are still upset that they're not a quarterback or a running back, or they didn't get they didn't get the chance or the opportunity or wasn't available to them, right? So the position is is in such high demand and will always be in such high demand that the league has to do something to be able to give everyone an opportunity to have a shot at living that moment, right? What Bryant Dynasty has, other people want. And if other people want, if other people haven't gotten that opportunity yet, then they should get that opportunity, right? And if they're willing, if that opportunity means, something to them, means $84 a year to them, right? To get a chance to do that. They've gotten a little taste of it in the minor leagues. They want to see it in the pros as a quarterback or running back, then so be it, right? So that's just economics. And I would be doing a disservice if all those players just sat there for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, just waiting for someone to move off their spot. Because at the end of the day, what's wasting their money more? Giving them no opportunity and charging them $3 a month constantly, year over year over year? Or is it charging a little bit more for quarterbacks and running backs and making sure that the people that really see the value still in being a quarterback are in those spots? For example, there, like Christian Christensen, for example, he retires. He's been a quarterback in the SFL for 11 seasons, 10 seasons, 9 seasons, a long time. That's like 4.5 years, right? I would be willing to bet that Christian Christensen does not feel like he did in his first season playing quarterback, right? For Jacksonville. He's been there. He's done it for years. He's racked up all these records. He's fourth all time in passing yards. It doesn't hit the same way as it hits Dave Burr in Lexington, who's trying to get drafted, who's going to the convention, who's in the chat every game, constantly talking. He's ready. never gotten the opportunity. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And he's down there probably thinking, not necessarily to Christian specifically, but going, man, go. Get off the spot. I want the spot. Let's go. Let's go. And what do we do with Dave if he has no opportunity, right? And we don't do something to refresh people on how important is this for you, right? How much does this matter to you? Because if it doesn't matter $84 a year to you, that's okay, right? We don't want you to leave, create another player, join a front office, become a coach, stick around, be in the community. We're not going to throw you out. Christensen is still in the community. He will always have a place in this community if he wants to, right? Why would we kick him out? And that's fine, because Christensen was here forever. He's a part of SFL history. He should be here. Honestly, it'd be sad if he wasn't here, right? And so it's not necessarily about getting people to go away. It's just about making sure that the players that are the most passionate about the SFL have opportunity to play in the SFL. And we'll constantly create more opportunity, but sometimes we get backlogged. We got more people than we have spots. And we make these decisions very calculated. We obviously did this in a year where we couldn't expand teams, we couldn't expand rosters, right? Because we were finishing this automation process. And so that's a good time to make sure that we will continue to have a full league without, running out of players or having to cut teams or having to do any kind of cuts because, we lost too much more than we gained. We're not in that situation. We've got 28 announced retirements, and we have, I think, 120 players in the minor leagues. So, we're not, and I don't say that to say that you're replaceable. I'm not going negative here, right? I'm not saying that, that I want you to leave, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking you to think about what's valuable to you in your life. And if the SFL is valuable to you, then I absolutely believe it's worth the money at the price. And if it's not, that's okay. Don't leave. Don't leave. I don't hate you. It's fine. Right. You're good in my book. Just be a fan. We need those too. Just watch. Just keep up with what's going on. Join a front office. Get involved. Get involved in different ways. It doesn't have to be this linear thing of, if I'm not paying, I'm not involved. There's ways to make impacts. There's a lot of ways to do that. And it doesn't, just because you've made a decision for yourself does not mean that I am now bitter and, wish you evil. Which is probably another common misconception. Like, oh, if you're not paying me, you're dead to me. Well, that's what other businesses are, right? What are you doing in my office if you're not paying me money? Well, I'm not that guy. I want to build a community. So. Absolutely.
And so the owners part of it.
Yeah. So, the owners, when we started back in season 9, owners were paying $50 a season. Season 16, they were paying $50 a season. It's never gone up. And it's never gone up because, in 3.5 years, most of the teams, the owners also coached, right? And they were a big part of that coaching aspect of things. And coaching is free, right? So it doesn't cost you anything to coach because the league recognizes that, if you're coaching, you're contributing to the product on the field, right? To the how great the games are, how great the competition is on the field. But over time, the teams have evolved, right? Many teams have evolved around the league where owners are now no longer coaching. They have full coaching staffs. They have general managers. They have scouts. They have presidents. They have coordinators. They have head coaches. They have full team staffs. And that's the future of the SFL, because you're not going to win a game all on your own. You just won't. In season 5, season 6, season 7, you can win games on your own. But now you need help. You need support. And if you're a team that's doing it all, you're just doing it old school. And eventually you're going to get passed up by all these teams that have all of this staff, because you can't beat the manpower. If you got 7 people spending 20 hours a week on a game plan, that's 140 hours. How is one person supposed to spend 140 hours on a game plan? And if they spend even 30, you're spending, that's almost a part-time job, and you're going to lose. Like, you're going to get run out the building, even though you just spent 30 hours. So it puts a lot of burden and a lot of strain on organizations that have very few staff, right? So the best way to do it is to build a staff up and to operate a team, be what an owner is. It's just like when the league started as, as owners created players. They, all their players were players they created. They were in charge of the front office. They were in charge of all of the playbooks. They were in charge of everything. Why? Because we only had 7 people. There weren't enough people for them to not be in charge of everything. So that was kind of the attractiveness, right? The attractiveness was, ooh, I get to do it all. Well, back then you could throw any game plan out there and win a game. So it wasn't that big of a deal, right? But now you can't just throw something out there and expect to win, right? It's a totally different ball game. And now that once we started getting players and we told owners, hey, you're not going to get to create players anymore. And you're not going to have control of who signs with you and who doesn't. Some owners were like, yeah, that's not for me. When I got here, I wanted to create my own players and have my own team, and it just be my team with all my stuff. I don't want to share with anybody else. Okay, you can go. Right? Because that's just not what the SFL has evolved into. That's not where the SFL is going. Right? So it's what you want is not what team ownership is anymore. Right? And then you talk about the next evolution of building staffs and not being able to do it on your own. And we've seen teams that have not been very good in the past, and now they're pretty good because they've built up a staff, right? They've built up a staff. They are much improved organizations, and they're only going to continue to get better. Right? Franchises like St. Louis and Portland, who don't do any coaching at the ownership level, they're going to get better. They started at the bottom and they're slowly working their way, up the ladder, and they're beating teams that they would have never beaten 2 years ago. Right? That they were getting blown out by 2 years ago because they didn't have the staff to compete with the minds of the owners who were also coaching. Right? Who got teams who got involved in the league because they were so good at winning football games. Well, now what that is classified is as a coach. That's what a coach does. Goes out and wins football games. And so there's that natural transition, right? So ownership has to be looked at a little bit differently in the sense that, if you're a team owner, you're a manager, and you're a part of, the future of the SFL. Right, you're an organization in the league. You stand to gain off the league's success, profitable success, in which players do not. Right, it's a straight entertainment price. Right, you're paying for entertainment, and you're paying for us to put you on the field, track your stats, and give you a product. Give you post-game, halftime, pre-game, give you bonus coverage, give those live look-ins, give that top 10 plays, give all that stuff, right? That's what a player is paying for and all that stuff. Now, an owner is paying for us to do that for their entire team, to get their uniforms right, for all the presentation, for all of the scheduling, for all of the professionalism, for all of the pedestals that we put these teams on, right? The spotlight, this stage in which they get to shine. you're an esport team on TV, and how many people in this world own an esport team that's been on TV before? I bet it's less than 200. You know, I mean, it's a distinct place to be. And as the SFL grows, I feel like those teams are going to get more and more and more valuable. But the point is that the league has kept owner fees down for 3.5 years, and the league is not profitable in those 3.5 years. And it probably could have been if we gradually increased it.
Right.
And so at this point, it's like, look, we've done as much as we can to lessen, you know, your burden as an organization to be a part of the SFL. But you can't expect players to pull their weight and teams to not pull theirs. And if you feel like coaching is work and not fun, then it's time to let someone else coach. Because there are people in this league that have a lot of fun coaching, a lot of fun tinkering through, right? Trying to figure out the perfect game plan and then watching it come to life. There are people in this league that really enjoy that. And then there are people in this league that just feel like it's just a burden. It's just a pain. You know, they're jaded from the losses. They're jaded from all the time spent. And then it doesn't turn out the way they want, you know, that type of stuff. And that's when it's time to let it go. Do what you love, you know, because what other entertainment product gives you something back in return? You go to the movies, you watch a movie, you get some popcorn, you leave. What did it give you? The entertainment that you had when you sat there. Now what do you have? Nothing. Nothing. You go home. That's it. You have a memory, right? That's all you have. It didn't give you anything tangible. The SFL was constantly giving back to you, right? You win a game, you go on all the podcasts and you see what everybody's saying about you, right? It gives back to you. If you hit a milestone and we talk about it, it gives back to you, right? You watched yourself play, you hit a milestone, we mention it, it's a back and forth thing. And that's the uniqueness about the SFL. It's an entertainment product that you're not just watching, that you're not just viewing, but it's also giving something back to you. And I think that a lot of times when people leave the SFL, a lot of times the reason why people come back is they forget that fact. They leave the SFL or they leave any kind of, you know, sim sport that does the same thing. Mm-hmm. And they go, I'm just kind of alone here. You know, I'm watching TV or I'm watching the movies or whatever. And if I got my family, that's great and all that stuff. But I miss all that back and forth, you know, that give and take. And that's what makes the SFL special, you know, and we should be proud of that as a community, in my opinion, you know. And if you as a player feel like it's not giving back to you, you know, then come talk to me, you know, so that we can figure out how it can do that and why it's not doing that for you.
Got it. All right. So on another note, what do you think about players having press conferences regarding the outcome of their games, regarding their decisions to leave or to join a team?
Well, Ashley, I think that when a player makes a decision to say controversial things, it is their reputation, it is their perception from the community that they are putting out there for judgment, right? And sometimes if you burn a bridge, then you burn a bridge. You make that choice. And if you burn too many bridges, then you ain't got no way to cross the river. That's what ends up happening.
That's a good point.
So, you know, you got all these bridges to all these teams. You got 24 teams out there. And, you know, sometimes you can shoot the rocket that snaps the bridge in half. And sometimes just your bumper sticker on a car going over that bridge is like, because he blew that bridge up over there or she blew that bridge up over there. I don't want this person anywhere near my bridge. Right. And so that bridge is burned, even though you didn't specifically go out there and burn it. If you're a person that likes to generate buzz, likes to be controversial, likes the spotlight, you're going to burn some bridges. Now, as long as you got some bridges to cross, you'll be okay. But once all those bridges are burned, that's a decision that you've made as a person. And what are you going to do? Right? Now you got to go into PR damage control to try to convince people to rebuild that bridge. And in my opinion, that seems a lot harder than just crossing a bridge. Yeah. Why blow up a bridge and then try to repair the bridge when you could just cross over it and not have to worry about it? So, people have different styles. They have different things, like I said, Ashley, that they're trying to get out of the league. It's for them to get what they want out of the league. Might they burn a bridge to do it? Sure. That's their choice. That's their right. As an individual in the league, but actions have consequences, and so I caution anybody to just think about what they're going to say, think about what's going to happen, think twice about the side effects and the ramifications of what they say, and whatever happens, that's your choice, kind of on your own. And
you gotta deal with how it whether it's negative backlash,
right,
or positive feedback. I totally understand that.
Right. So it's just a word of caution. I mean, sometimes you can burn a whole bunch of bridges just by saying one thing. Yeah. Other times it's just specific, instances. But you got to be careful. You got to think about your word as your brand.
Absolutely.
Right? Your word is your brand. And whatever you say, whatever you do is going to be a reflection on your brand. And what do you want your brand to be? Right. And ultimately, that's how you conduct yourself, because the community will judge you. The community is just a bunch of flawed human beings that judge people all day, every day, all the time. I can't stop them from doing that. People are just going to do that no matter what I say. And I can't come out to save you either. Don't expect me to come out and be like, oh, well, you just misunderstood or No, I ain't doing that. Why would I risk burning a bridge? Forget that. I'm too smart to do that. So I don't want to burn any bridges.
Exactly.
But obviously, I burn some bridges even when I don't try to burn a bridge. It just sometimes it just happens. But given the fact that sometimes it just happens, right? People just don't like you because they don't like you. Well, shoot, if it's that easy to burn a bridge, then you don't really have to try, so think about it that way.
I agree. And I mentioned that, you are the type that will support, people getting their messages out there, like Johnny Pickner's. He's doing this thing, like even now with Tyler Falk doing what he did, things like that. But you do have to be prepared for what comes later, So I think I mentioned that on Dave's show. And I was like, well, that's true, So
people got to be accountable. Yeah. Accountability. I preach accountability every day, right? I'm accountable for my mistakes and my decisions.
Exactly.
So everybody's got to be, if I'm going to be accountable for my mistakes and my decisions, I expect the same out of you. I expect the same out of everybody here. Own up to what you did. If you can't be accountable for your own actions, I got nothing to say to you. That's the truth. I got you. If you can be accountable for what you say, hey, I said it. I know what I said. Either I'm sorry for what I said or I'm not sorry for what I've said. But hey, at least you're being accountable. At least you understand that that's on you. Mm-hmm. I can work with you on that because at least you're not living in some alternative reality where
that is my fault. Or exactly.
Right. That's right. As long as you're living in reality and you can be accountable for stuff, hey, me and you can get along just fine. It's when you get down the delusional road of, oh well, taken out of context, and you start going all the way down that road, and it's like, oh my gosh, just you started it, right? Just own up to it and be
absolutely
be an adult. You got children, Ashley.
Exactly.
You know, they're not accountable for anything. They don't because they're children. Because they're children. Because they can get away with stuff like that, and they're learning. Right. They're learning what happens when they're not accountable for something compared to when they are accountable for something.
Exactly.
And man, at this point, come on, we're all adults. If you don't know how to be accountable, I mean, that's a pet peeve of mine. I don't got nothing to say.
I understand. A couple more questions for you, because I mean, we could talk all day. This would be like a 5-hour episode easily. But
Miami and Milwaukee played a whole first half.
See, it always flows with us like that, you know. And I could just think of things to ask you, and that's why, even though it's supposed to be a 30-minute, that's why whenever I set my times with you, I try to do it towards the end of everything, because I know
I got a little more time,
2 or 3 hours, because I need to know more from my friend, you know. But what can be expected from this year's convention that is not like any other?
Ooh, man.
And why are these sort of events important for the league?
Oh my goodness, Ashley. Oh man, I'm so excited for this thing. It's gonna be so great. All right. First off, you know, Mike St. Green and Dawn live very close to the hotel. So they're going to be involved. I don't know how much they're going to be involved, but they want to do, you know, something for the community a little bit. And I know that they're planning something, you know, so I don't want to speak for them, but I'm very much looking forward to that, because, you know, whether it happens as we intend it to happen or not, right? The point is that bringing people together bringing the community together, in events like meet and greets and, you know, stuff like that. It's just so valuable. It's invaluable, Ashley, to meet people, to bond. You know, you can meet someone that you don't particularly care for online, and they're perfectly fine and perfectly reasonable, and sometimes quite just darn charming in person. Right? And you have the best time with them. I mean, the Prasad brothers were so damn charming in Atlanta. It got to the point where where are they? I just wanted to sit next to them, because, and I didn't have that relationship with them before the convention. And that was such a big deal to me. It was like, you know, I've met new people, and I am now close to those people, and those people matter more to me than they did before. And you meet a whole bunch of people like that at these conventions. So a little meet and greet event that I hope comes together is something that might be different here. You know, we want to do some more team building exercises. You know, we're going to have a trivia night on Friday after the Hall of Fame. We'll have an SFL category, but we'll also have other categories, because I want to know, you know, who knows the 7 wonders of the world, right? Like, I want to know that stuff. Who's smart, right? Who knows that stuff, and who knows how many different colors of Skittles there are, right? Like that type of stuff. Like it will create those type of games, those type of team bonding stuff. It creates moments that you won't forget. And I don't think that we're going to be able to do it in this trip in particular, but never say never. But as I was going to the resort to check it out earlier this week, I saw some sports fields, and I thought, I'm pretty garbage at hitting a baseball or a softball, but an SFL softball game on Sunday afternoon would be pretty fun, be pretty awesome.
Definitely.
You know, divide into teams and just kind of, you know, and then come back and jump in the pool. You know, it's just down the road. You know, it's half a mile, maybe, whatever. But I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if you have to reserve it. I don't know if it's a public park. I don't know if there's going to be Little League events going on those fields that Sunday in August, right? Because that's Little League season.
Yes.
So I don't, I don't know the details, but we want to do more team building stuff like that. Sunday's kind of a little open right now. We were thinking about doing a volleyball thing in the water, in the pool, but the pool only goes 4-6. You can't really look.
Thank you.
Look, with a bunch of adults that probably haven't been to the gym or walked enough in the last 10 years, you don't want to see pool volleyball with a max height of 4'6", because all you're going to see is a bunch of nasty flab flying all over the place. Gross. You got to have an 8 foot deep so that everyone's in the water so that you don't see that stuff. So at 4'6", I'm officially pulling the plug on the volleyball game in the pool. So we'll have to come up with a plan B for Sunday, because we're just not going to do that. So doing some more team building stuff that'll be on the docket, which we really have not gotten a huge opportunity to do in Dallas and Atlanta. We did do bowling in Atlanta. It was super fun. It was a big hit, right? And so we want to do more of those things to help build the bonds.
I want to see you on the basketball court, because I heard you got a pretty decent shot. It's a little
you heard, and they're correct, right? So I did scout or scope out the resort for a hoop. I didn't see one. I didn't see one offhand, so I don't know what we're going to do about that.
I'll just ask Mike St. Green. I'm sure he'll say something. Matter of fact, he'll probably say something at the house. Right?
Hey, if Mike St. Green's got a hoop at his house, that would make it a lot easier, because I would just go one-on-one with people to 15 in that driveway all night long. Right? Meet and greet. I'll just stand on the court with the ball yelling, "Who's next? Who's next?" Right? And just as every time you drive up, "Welcome to the SFL Convention," you want to get your butt beat here on this basketball court before you go inside. You got to play me to 15 for you to go inside, right? And that's your price of admission. I would love that. That would be fantastic. And you'll want to get me at the end after I played 9 games and I'm all gassed out because I'm out of shape. That's when you really want to get. You don't want to get me game 1.
So you'd be over in the corner somewhere sleeping. You're supposed to be a host.
That's right. Oh no, I wouldn't. Hey, that's all Mike. But yeah, we'll see about that, because I would love that, Ashley. Again, it's more team bonding stuff,
right?
Film me getting my ankles broke out by some crossover, right?
You will be mean, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, do it. Well, that's part of the fun, right? You gotta laugh at yourself. So that's going on. Now Saturday with live games, that's going to be super fun, because we've got an amphitheater with tiered seating, meaning this, like a movie theater, right? And we've never had that set up for games. In Atlanta, we kind of had a couches and chairs. You just all kind of sitting in a row, kind of watching the game. In Dallas, it was kind of all couches. Everybody's very spread out. Kind of sit. This is different from the standpoint of you're in a room that the background can be blacked out. So you've got this real theater style setting. The acoustics are phenomenal, and you've got some drinks in the back. It's just such a great spot for live games and for live events, and the broadcasters are down in front. Broadcasters, stats, all the people that are doing stuff, and they're down in front, and it is a one of a kind venue. I'm so excited to watch games there, and then for lunch and dinner you can go to the steakhouse or the bistro or what, and just get something to go and bring it back, right? And eat while you're watching SFL games and SFL action. Or while you're listening to Tyler or you or Dave or whatever the schedule is, right? You come back, and I mean, how great is that? So I'm really looking forward to just Saturday being a little bit different from the standpoint of the space.
Gotcha.
And then another thing that we haven't had in the past is a pool. Is an outdoor space.
That's true.
You can rent cabanas, private cabanas if you want. Stay out of the sun. You've got pool access, you got a swim up bar, you've got another bar outside, that's just right off the pool. We have not had that. That's not something that we've had as a community. And again, it's just more bonding stuff. It's just more chances to bond. And the pool has seating islands all over the pool. I counted 5, I think. So you can sit underneath a palm tree, right, with whatever drink you got, with your feet in the water, just talking. You don't even have to get in to experience the pool, right? It's a really great setup for people to just hang out. And that's what we're going to be doing most of on Sunday, just chilling, having a good time. And it's all about that bond. It's all about that bond. Now I am working with Bryant Dynasty on name tag buttons.
Okay.
So the league is going to purchase from Bryant buttons for every attendee. So when you get to the convention, we're going to have them out on a table. You're going to pick yours up, and it's going to have, your player name and your player pick or your team logo or however he ends up designing it, so that people can identify you by your player name if you want to, tell them your real name, whatever. But that way you don't have this, corporate blue and white, hello, my name is Ashley. Who cares? Right? That's not fun. So you're going to get these commemorative buttons. They're only going to be at the convention, right? And then he's also going to bring by smaller team buttons.
Right.
So,
okay.
So if you're a collector, if you want your team or you want all 24 teams, we'll have them there for you to pick up the set, right? Now you've got the buttons for all the teams. So if you want to be like me, when I was a kid and I would lay them out, I would lay out the matchups of that week's games and, stare at it and look at it, whatever. Hey, that's great. Now you got all the buttons.
Nice.
So that'll be, and then the last thing I want to touch on, because I know all my answers are so long, but whatever. But
you're good.
You asked
what's
going to be different. So you asked it. So I'm trying to tell you everything that's going to be different. Is the auction. We're putting together an auction.
Okay.
That benefits whatever the person wants the auction to benefit for. It doesn't have to be anything specific. It can benefit their team. It can benefit the league. It can benefit a charity that they're passionate about, right? And so the idea behind this is that if you're a team or you're a player, right? And the auction is a way to cover some costs, cover some expenses, do things like that. And there are people at the convention that love that, right? For example, Ashley signed Ashley Jackson jersey. You buy that jersey, you sign it, right? We start the bidding at whatever you paid it for, and all the proceeds go back to Ashley Jackson so that she can improve her equipment for her show, or so that she, as appreciation for your show, or whatever the case may be. We start the bidding at cost, and it goes up from there, and the proceeds just go to you, right?
Nice.
Or the proceeds go to Dave, or the proceeds go to Arizona, or Lone Star, or San Diego, whoever, right? Whatever you want to, whatever you want the proceeds to go back to. If you want it to go so that I can buy some ice cream, do it. If you want to give me my 2022 ice cream budget, hey, let's go. Let's make it happen. So we'll do that. And then we'll also do an auction for convention flags. Each team is going to receive a design that's specific to that convention, or specific to conventions, I should say. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to sell that flag. You can't get that flag on Sector 6. It's not going to be sold anywhere else but the convention, and it's a vertical flag. So instead of like mine back behind me, mm-hmm. right? It's gonna be the other way. Right? So it's going to be a kind of a unique design so that you can hang it, from a ceiling or something like that. And so we plan to put them on the walls of each convention event. So we'll have all 24 teams and the SFL represented on our walls as we're doing all these events, which is something that we've not had. So the league's working with Sector 6. We're going to buy all that at cost. We're going to, and then that's where we're going to start the auction bid. And if you want to get that Arizona flag, then you're going to have to be bidding with Headie. You better tell him that he better stop bringing the price up, because he's killing you. So that's going to be something that you guys are going to have to work out for. But you could also do a flag swap, right? Someone could buy Arizona could buy somebody else's, and then you could have a flag swap, like a jersey swap, and we could do jersey swaps as well. At the convention, somebody buys Ashley buys somebody else's, and you trade it.
What I need to do? I need to have some footballs that I signed for all the damn interceptions I throw. Excuse me, I mean.
That's great. That's a great idea. We need to work on that. We need to work on getting footballs that Ashley can sign, since she gives away too many on interceptions.
I don't even know how many. We probably gonna need about a good 32, something like that. And I will sign off. But that's gonna be dope, and I really am looking forward to being there, being a part of the fun and the action, broadcasting from that particular site and everything. And I think it's gonna be a great time. And if you can get there, you should. I mean, we've been locked up for this COVID thing for over a year now. It's time to get out and have fun with your friends, and get to know what some people will call, and I think a lot of people would actually think this, as a secondary family for people.
Yeah. So Thursday night we is kind of the plan. We understand that not a lot of people are gonna, or not the whole group is gonna be here on Thursday night, but whoever's here on Thursday, we'll do a little something for that. Friday we'll do. I think we're gonna do some live games out on off the pool. There's a TV out there underneath the cabana, so we're gonna do a couple of games that are either gonna be pre-recorded, and I'm gonna call them, and then we're gonna premiere them on YouTube, or someone else is gonna be streaming them from. So we have to work out the logistics, but there's gonna be a couple games on Friday, during a meet and greet for the whole group. That's where we'll have the buttons and the food and all that stuff. The Friday is fully catered dinner. It's going to be great. I think it's egg rolls, wings, and some kind of chicken or something. I can't remember. It's one through those three things. So we have that for Friday, and then we'll have Hall of Fame. Our Hall of Fame ballot is being constructed right now in terms of the finalists. We've asked owners to start submitting their Hall of Fame, casting their Hall of Fame ballots. Whoever is seconded gets on the ballot, and then the vote goes in for for who ends up getting into the class. Okay. I believe the class is going to be, what's the size of the class? I think it's 13. 8 players, 2 non-user players from with historical significance, and then 3 league contributors going in as special to the league kind of thing.
Oh, awesome!
So that's and then Friday night we'll have trivia night after Hall of Fame and dinner and stuff, and then Saturdays all the live events, the podcast, the games, and then Sunday, that team building TBD, no flabby volleyball. We'll find another avenue, but then we'll have the auction. We've got the pool, the cabanas, all that stuff, and some more games, right? Some more off-site games that are being shown on YouTube, that kind of stuff. So,
well, this is going to be great. I'm looking forward to doing this, and as always, Cam, we're probably going to have a part 2 to this show, because I did have some more questions for you, but it is coming up probably on that 2-hour mark. And
it sounds like a check-in before the season starts interview to me, doesn't it?
That's it. Or I probably will get a chance to talk to you like during the convention, and probably have like a 101 at the convention. And
that's another thing too. We really want to make sure, and I haven't gotten the logistics down yet, but we really want to make sure that we're able to record some one-on-one interviews with the podcasters that want to sit down. Dave can sit down with some people. Tyler can sit down with some people. Nelson, if he's able to come, can sit down. You can sit down, with and just kind of grab people, as you want to interview them and as you want to talk to them throughout the day. So we got to make sure that we've got some kind of equipment to where we're able to do that. Okay. But yeah, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait.
All right. Sounds good, man. Quickly, I have one more question. I just can't help it. What the heck did y'all do to Aaron Rodgers? You Green Bay Packer fan, what did you?
He's such a drama queen.
How is he a drama queen? You guys hired, what was it? The draft was the last draft? But you guys got his replacement and didn't tell him?
Well, that's a garbage pick, and they should have told him, but you got to get over it. Get over it. What are you, 5? And you lost a cookie? Come on. That was over a year ago. And you won the MVP. So it's obvious that you're not getting replaced. So go out there and play some ball. Mm-hmm. It's just crazy, Ashley. I would rather be a Bears fan with Justin Fields than be a Packer fan and dealing with all this garbage.
It's not late. It's not too late.
Look. It's definitely too late. I'm just saying that at least y'all are having some fun for the change. Yeah,
it has been a long time coming.
But hey, we'll see how it goes on the field. But seriously, whatever. If he plays, fine. If he doesn't, fine. The reality is that I got the SFL. So however Green Bay screws it up, it doesn't much matter to me anyway, because I got my own football league. So y'all figure it out on your own.
You got your own football league and your ice cream. You all good to go.
That's right. Hey, chocolate sheet cake from Bluebell just came out, and ooh, that is so good. With those
I know how serious. I know how serious you are about those. That you almost hitting people in the street just to get to your ice cream. I understand.
I'm on my way to get some custard, and I was talking to Ashley on this trip. Never seen construction workers move so slowly to get a piece of debris out of the road. Oh man, it was a stressful time. It was a stressful time. And by the way,
was so pissed.
By the way, I try to look in the camera as much as I know I have a problem. I see you, and I don't do it very well. But I got so many damn monitors here, and Ashley's like kind of off to the side, so I'm like not, when I'm talking directly to her, she's not like in the camera, and then I'm near the camera, so I don't want to look at myself. So and then whatever, Milwaukee in my head. That's the first time I've actually seen the score. So Ashley keeps running her mouth this whole game. I can't focus on anything. She's been talking forever. Can't get this girl to shut up. Oh.
Well, that's what I do. I'm very in depth, and
you're
like
so
you
chatty.
are with your answers.
You're so chatty. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God. Well, Cam, thank you. Thank you for giving us the end of season wrap up, for hanging out with me, and for all that you've done for us, and giving us some understanding, to topics that some people may have been a little bit apprehensive about bringing up, but Ashley gonna do it. So, but thanks again. And do you want to give out any? Well, I can't let you go without giving you the last word. So that could be a shout out, preferably a song or a poem, because you've been on this show ever since I started, and you never sung anything. You never gave me any kind of poem, but you always tend to do the same thing. So let's see if you're gonna switch it up this time.
Did you ever find that karaoke video?
No, I sure didn't. So mad, because I did try to find it, but after a while I just gave up.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Now my last shout out is thank you to everyone that's gotten us to this point. I really do. We expect to return all 24 teams. We expect to keep the same divisions. We're running it back, as they say. And I think it's going to be a great season. Can't wait for the draft. Can't wait to see, how many spots we got, what's going to go on with the quarterbacks, right? Where are all the quarterbacks going to go? This is a very, very interesting offseason, Ashley. That free agency list, that retirement list. It's interesting. It's different. It hits differently this offseason with some of those names that are on there and some of the people that are switching teams up.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a very interesting offseason.
I agree.
So, shout outs to everybody that made season 16 great and who are going to make season 17 even better.
Fantastic, Cam. As always, it's a pleasure to have you. Come on anytime you want to, and looking forward to speaking with you again very soon.
Thanks, Ash.
Very welcome. Bye. Bye.